Borderlands 3.
They just started their journey. They are bold and hungry. Maybe old Marcus tells you this story because they remind me of you. Just a little, don't let it go to your head. These new Vault Hunters are answering a siren's call. Her name is Lilith, and she is a hero, savior of Pandora a dozen times over. Lilith is recruiting a team to hunt for a map. A map that leads to vaults all over the galaxy. But she is not the only one. Dark forces have gripped the borderlands. A new threat, unlike anything the galaxy has seen before. My story begins right here on Pandora, with our new Vault Hunters, their siren leader, and, most importantly, me.
Alright, that was interesting. Be cray.
It's a beautiful day, full of opportunity. So, who's coming?
Who am I gonna be? Gotta finish up this post real quick. Do that. Hashtag spell right. Borderlands 3. That's good. I don't know the hashtags around this. So that's going to be good enough. Alright, so let's freaking see here. Let's put on some music. Character selection. So you picked Amara. So Zane is the operative. Yeah. Okay. I think it's Axton is the first guy. Or Roland was the first soldier, and it was Axton in Borderlands 2. Beastmaster is interesting. Yeah, me too, but they... Yeah, I'm gonna do Flock.
New Vault Hunter, huh? Name's Marcus.
Another cutscene?
You picked a hell of a time to join the Crimson Raiders.
Oh wow,
See,
yeah.
someone survived the attack. I'm Lilith, commander of the Crimson Raiders. Those bandits you fought are part of a cult hunting for the vault map. You and I are gonna find it first. For now, my scout is waiting for you up ahead. Good luck.
She spoke inside my mind. Strange.
This is your stop, Vault Hunter.
Excellent. The hunt
Excellent. The hunt begins.
Try to stay alive. I'd hate to lose a new customer. And welcome
I kinda
to
like Black.
Pandora.
With the 4.
Hey,
There he
you
is,
must be the new
Claptrap.
recruit. I am a CL4PTP steward bot, but you can just call me General Claptrap of the Crimson Raiders. What's your name?
You are allowed to call me Flack.
Okay.
Until I decide if I'm going to kill you.
Thanks. I'll pre-order your tombstone just in case. Now, those jerks who tried to murder you are the Children of the Vault, a bandit cult who followed their creepy leaders with blind devotion. Which reminds me, if you're going to obey my every beck and call, you'll need an echo device.
So we can actually see the Echo device?
The Echo 3. Slightly more powerful than the Echo 2, and twice as expensive. Besides, the Echo 2 had a tiny issue with spontaneous combustion, so they rebranded those as grenades.
I thought it was just
Now
something to
listen
give
up,
us our
recruit.
HUD. We didn't
Well,
actually
Ford
see the
does to
device.
Take over a Children of the Vault propaganda center. Time to show those culty weirdos that no one messes with the Crimson Raiders. Follow me, recruit, to glory!
Oh yeah.
Before we wreak our righteous vengeance, you'll need to register your Echo at this quick change. Once we defeat the cult, I'll be famous. And when
I like the
sign
movement
autographs,
much better than the
you will
second
be
one.
sharp while defending me from my legions of fans/stalkers.
Oh, I got a fake leg. What do you want, Opie? What's up? Oh, you're squeaking your toy. Good boy. Good boy. I thought I heard him cry, but he was squeaking his toy. Can't really see my primary colors too much. Nice. Oh yeah, here we go. Secondary is the colors I want to change. Oh, you can change the echo device? Oh no. Well, I guess you can eventually. Okay, so user agreement. User the license agreement came in. You must accept the continuum. Handcroft referred to.
The propaganda center is
So what's the
this
point of?
way. A locked gate? No! This can't be happening! The entire mission is ruined! Think, Claptrap, think! You're brave and powerful, and people always do what you tell them to! That's it! Recruit, get that gate open! That's an order from your superior officer!
You got it, Claptrap. Ooh.
You did it! Best recruit ever! Don't get caught.
Oh.
Jump, recruit! The propaganda center is up ahead. Those cultists have been killing Crimson Raiders left and right. They totally suck skag balls.
They
But I
totally
thought
suck
you had
skag
plans
balls.
to kick their culty asses.
But they suck skag balls. I tried to accept it. Connection failed. Unable to use online features. Required content not finished installing. Fuck. Alright, so Borderlands 3 is 93% downloaded. So hopefully at the end of that.
I hit a weapons cache nearby. Stay quiet and follow my every move. It's stealth time.
There's the classic Claptrap stealth. He sings a song while he moves forward. So super duper duper quiet. Okay. Just finishing dinner. Menu, social, network are unable to use online features. Title still installing. It's at 94%. Oh yeah, that was good. Hold on. Let me set some mood lighting for Opie in here. He's got his pillow on a date. I don't know what you mean yet, but boom, ba da ba da ba 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 ba, super duper quiet.
once we complete our mission, Lilith has to promote me to Super General. Stand back!
Yeah, the
was
game's
stealth.
not fully downloaded
How
yet.
have you survived this long?
Yes. Okay, I'll do that again. And then it says network. I can't click social. When I click social, it says network are unable to use online features. The title is still installing.
Okay. Super weird if something's not exploding. Now take your gun, recruit. You're gonna need it. These guns, like myself, aren't beholden to their primary function. I can dance and sing. And some guns now include an alternate shooting mode. Try it out. Follow me, recruit.
Oh, this gun's also got zip rockets. No, I can't.
Wait here.
I'm in the very beginning. I'm following Claptrap to the Children of the Vault.
Slaughter them in cold blood. Watch and learn, recruit.
Oh.
Hello? Anyone
Oh, I thought this was
there?
like a tutorial.
This is Sham, holy influencer of the Children of the Vault. What do you want, Grandbot?
Alright, yeah, I'm at 95%.
Hello, bloodthirsty maniac. It is I, Claptrap, Slayer of the Destroyer, and Super General of the Crimson Raiders. We have you completely surrounded. Open the gates now, and perhaps I will be merciful.
Yeah. Let me think about that.
They might call themselves Children of the Vault, but they're still bandits, and bandits are incredibly stupid.
Okay, we're going to surrender. Please don't kill us, Crapeye.
That's what I thought. Open the doors immediately for your new king.
Easy. I'm coming out. Just wait right there.
We did it! I did it! Another victory for the Crimson Raiders! Hey, I feel funny. What's happening to me? Ah! Ah! Ow!
Kill the heretics in the name of the Colossus.
Let's see what these zip rockets do.
Give me a sec. Accept your punishment.
Let's see if my knife fits into a skull.
Whoa, buddy, whoa, buddy, back up.
Use this help! I need you alive to save me!
Yeah, I just took way more damage than I...
We'll apply directly to the forehead. I'm a basket of blue.
I need a health, I need a health. Oh man, I am... They're trashing me. Critical, give me a health. No! Good thing there's a second wind.
My new chamber bot. I'm gonna poop in your head.
They're just like Torg bullets. They're just like shoot straight missiles.
I know Claptrap can be a little claptrap, but he's still one of us. You're gonna have to save him. I'll be there soon.
Oh, I could have done that this whole time, and then I wouldn't have done it to myself. The zip rockets. It shoots regular bullets and zip rockets. Oh, I didn't. That's the first gun I got. Yeah, I can't get to that yet. Yes, health. I needed that health. I needed that health. Can I change my controls? Can I do like custom control scheme? Yeah, here we go. So, crouch, slide, and ground slam. That needs to be the right joystick. I needs to click it in. Right now the right joystick is melee. Shit. But I don't see a melee. Oh, there's melee. Okay, so melee is going to be B. There we go. So now it's just like my Apex controls.
It's beautiful!
Yeah, alright, puppy?
I have no blood, so I'm taking yours.
Ball near press A near ledge to grab onto it. Okay, cool.
Holy fire! Stop! Oh, let's see!
I think it looks really good. Like the psychos and stuff, I think look amazing.
Showdown with Shiv unprotected.
Okay. Oh, I said I think it looks like awesome. Like I know it's updated and stuff, but like the psychos, like I was just looking at one when it was like spinning in circles with an axe, like just looked so much better than they used to. And I know we're on Xbox One, we were on 360 and stuff. But I just lit myself on fire like a dummy. What was that? Health I just left.
There might be a shield in that special red chest over
Oh,
there.
there might be a shield in that special red chest over there. There was just health somewhere, and a thing I opened. Oh, money came out of the toilet. Car trunks. Ooh. Claptrap, I don't see the special red chest you're talking about. That's probably my objective on the map. That would make sense. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm doing now. There's shields in the...
Invincible. And just might be a chance of killing you in one hit.
Okay.
Now,
No, I actually just opened up the menu right now. Yeah, I did notice that. Sharp Ranger or this crazy I'm gonna stick with the shotgun thing.
let's get you in there, recruit. Hey, Shim! All your dumb friends are dead. I challenge you to a trial by combat. But because I'm stuck to this magnet, my loyal champion shall vanquish you in my
Alright, so I'm about to fight Shiv.
Heretic!
And I'm at 98% download it.
I haven't met my sacrifice quota for the day!
You want me to wait? Okay, I'll wait then. Maybe I'll be done up by the time. Oh, I didn't make that. Kablooey! 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 I don't know, I got 103. I'm full on, I can't pick up any more ammo though. So I don't know, I've just been picking up all the ammo I could find. What is that? That's not a pistol? That's doesn't have a label. It looks like a pistol. Still at 98%. No, I'm waiting outside. Okay.
See that? Right there.
Like the ping system. Alright, let's try this gun, this sharp pistol. $99%. It's almost downloaded. It's almost downloaded. OP, how excited are you? I know you're so excited. It's almost downloaded. Almost downloaded. Almost downloaded. Almost downloaded. What are you doing? You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? You want to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi to everybody? Say hi. Hi, my name's Opie. Hi. Hi. I'm an Opie dog. I'm an Opie dog. I'm a dopey Opie. I'm a dopey Opie. I'm a dopey Opie. I don't like when you try to open my mouth with your fingers. 'Cause I'm a dopey Opie. Hey. Hey, oh I know. Oh I know. I know you need a bath. You need a bath, yeah. Yes you do. Yes you do. You wanna say hi? You wanna say hi to mommy? Hey, hey, hey. We don't do that. No. No. You don't eat things. No. No. You don't eat my fingers either. No. I'm a dopey Opie. I'm a dopey Opie. All I do is eat and shit. I'm a dopey Opie. Boom. No email items. Transitioning to the online. Transitioning to the online. Get ways to progressively harder enemies. Can you make it to the end? A quick dungeon with a boss fight at the end. Challenge worthy vault hunters. And I ain't got no emails. Boop 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 ba da ba da bum 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 bum. Squeak, squeak, squeaky, squeak, squeak, squeaky, squeaky, squeak, squeak, squeaky, squeaky, squeak, squeak, squeaky, 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 squeak, squeak, squeaky. Your bed? How did you flip this inside out? How did you flip this inside out? You a crazy puppy. Your bed stays over there, and you don't drag it around, and you don't hump it. I'm happy you're using it as a bed, though. Happy you're using it as a bed. The next step, we'll put it in the cage, and everything will be okie dokie. Hey, you ready? I'm inviting you now. So you can't jump and then slide, which it just seems like you should be able to. Ooh, what was that? I guess that's that ground slam. Did you accept my cool thing? I'm glad Opie here. Oh, ground slams are super cool. Yeah, they are. So when you jump, if you have enough air time, you hit your crouch button. For me, it's the right joystick, but you would hit B and you just slam into the ground with your melee weapon. Yeah, it wasn't there yet. I mean, I get it. Yeah, no mouse. I don't have any mail. Yeah, I bought it on yours because your game shares is where we only have to pay for it once. I may not, because I know like I had similar thing with Anthem, but I didn't get the pre-order stuff that Steve got. No, that's okay. I don't need it. Oh, what is this? Is the environment destructible? All of it, or just some of it, or? I just found out when I did this. Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, you ready for this? Wait, I messed up. Ready for this? Why is that not working? Try this again. Let me go from the top. Ready for this? There we go. How cool am I? Am I like the coolest guy you ever saw? You don't want either of those grenade mods? Damage 36, radius 645. Why does that only work sometimes? I can't ground slam all the time. I didn't the first time I did it. Because you hit some, like a barrel or something.
This is team building. I don't trust anyone who can't kill me.
What is that? What did you... I don't know. This just popped up when you were in your menu. Yeah, let's do this.
I'm gonna sharpen my blade on your
Sorry.
side!
Oh my god, he's got a little arm! He's got a little arm! Oh, he
They'll
throws
never
his
learn.
sword, so...
I love jumping!
Oh, he is fudging me up. Oh, I'm stuck. What? Oh, the ground's electric there. Nice.
It seems the humans on Pandora are even more savage than the beasts.
Score one for the Crimson Raiders.
Is that a
Claptrap
shotgun?
secure the area. I'm on my way.
No, classic what? Where did he come up?
Recruit?
Yeah,
Are you
no, there's
dead?
still a shotgun
If
there.
not, get me down! The controls are on the second floor!
I picked everything you picked.
Recruit, hurry up! Get to the magnet controls and save me!
What? Where? Ooh, there we go. Flat can choose from multiple actions to start. Also has tamed several wild pets that can be summoned as constant battle companions. That's nice. Equip one action skill and one pet outfit for Flat for the fight. Equip one action skill and one pet. Oh, two outfit. I thought it said pet outfit. Pet to outfit Flag for the fight. Multiple choices. Representing different. Yeah, what up, Zeddy? Skills organized in different trees representing different playstyles. Trees contain action skills, augments and passive abilities. Press right trigger, left trigger to cycle between different trees.
The magnet controls are on the second floor!
Select the action skill, equip the loadout. It's a fadeaway. Two rack to dive bomb enemies. Multiple charges.
Recruit, Get off your inferior posterior. The controls to the magnet are on the second floor.
But then we could shoot them. Right, I remember that's how we tore it up in the second Borderlands when you were the siren. You pick them up and we would just light them up. Okay. So, Gamma Burst, which creates a rift at a target location. Hold on, I gotta move my my party chat indicator is right over the words.
Hello?
Police overlay.
You abandoned the Crimson Raiders? If not, find the magnet controls.
That'll probably be okay over there. So I didn't pick anything yet. So it's Gamma Burst, which flat creates a rift at a target location, teleporting their pet through the rift and dealing radiation damage to nearby enemies. Additionally, Flak's pet becomes irradiated, growing in size and dealing bonus radiation damage when it attacks. Using Gamma Burst while Flak's pet is downed or dead will revive the pet at the targeted location with 30% of its health, but will double action skill cooldown time. Damage is 67, skill durations 20 seconds, cooldowns 30. Oh wait, so do I pick? Oh, so then I pick a... Oh, so I get the pet when I pick this skill tree? I don't know. Maybe I have to pick a pet separate. I don't know. Another one, the next one is Fade Away, which I like. It sounds good. Flat cloaks, turning invisible. Flat can fire 3 shots while cloaked, and each shot is automatically a critical hit. While cloaked, Flat has increased movement speed and health regeneration. Fade Away critical hit damage is 200%. Cloaked movement speed is 25%. Health regeneration is 3% of max health per second. Cooldown 45 seconds. Skill duration 15 seconds. And then the next one is it's called a Rack Attack. I send forward 2 racks to dive bomb enemies. Skill has multiple charges, so it's got 2 charges, does 42 damage, 18-second cooldown, deals incendiary elemental damage. But then I also have, there's a pet, it looks like there's a pet tied to each skill tree, so I don't know if I pick the pets separately or I pick the pet. I don't know, because okay, so the Rack Attack is, looks like it's a fire elemental tree. The pet for that is a Spider Ant Centurion, joined by a loyal Spider Ant companion, which will cause Flak to constantly regenerate health. Hold A to issue an attack command, which will cause the Spider Ant to charge to enemies.
The magnet controls are on the
So it gives me constant health regeneration, which is nice. I can get a Jabber sidekick, which looks the coolest, I think. Joined by a Jabber companion armed with a pistol while accompanied by the Jabber. Flak's movement speed is increased. And then the other one is a Skag, a guard Skag. Joined by a Skag companion, which will increase Flak's damage. Hold A to issue attack command, which will cause the Skag to vomit acid on its enemies. Increased 5% damage. I don't know. No, it looks like I can choose them separate, or... Well, if you can pop on my stream, you can see. I don't know how long that would take to load. It might be quicker on your phone. Okay, so this is the racket's attack ability.
Get to the magnet controls and save me!
Are you still coming in? Okay, so this is the rack attack skill. See, and if you look down, like next to, like in front of my guy's body, action skill, and if I go over to the spider ant, it highlights a different thing. I'm covering it. What? Oh, my picture is... See, so it looks like I can have an ability and a pet. Then, because the pet gives me different bonuses based on what pet I have. But see, I don't know, because yeah, the skag spits up, vomits acid, nothing to do with the radiation.
I really like that.
Spitting up the acid, yeah, it'd be good for like robots and stuff. I don't know how soon we're gonna use it. I was thinking the spider ant, because the spider ant increases, I get constant health regeneration. I don't know if that's party health or if that's just me health.
No, I think I wanted the attack ones.
Well, it attacks. It'll still charge them if I tell it to. There, I can do racks that'll dive. Well, so I can still do racks that dive bomb and maybe a different pet. I don't know. But this one, the jabber, I don't know. The picture looks the coolest. Looks like a little dog thing. And the bonus is, so if I hold A, it'll send the jabber, will throw a radiation barrel at enemies. But the bonus is, if I have a pistol equipped, I get increased movement speed, which I don't like as much as the other ones. The skag that vomits also increases damage.
Did you abandon the Crimson Raiders? If not, find the magnet controls.
So that's a different skill, though.
Well, I have the skill, and then I have the pet. I don't know which one. I guess right.
Alright, do the portal one. That was the first one you liked, right?
I mean, it's okay. It seems interesting.
So I think I like the radiation. I mean the corrosive.
Okay.
Automatic critical hits.
Yeah, I can shoot 3 times while I'm cloaked, and I have increased movement speed and health regeneration. So I could...
I kind of think you should do that.
Right. It's a 45-second cooldown, only lasts 15 seconds.
It has nothing to do with the pets, too.
Right, but see, that's what I think. So I think I can pick a I'm playing Flack. He's a like an animal beast master thing. So I think I can pick a skill and a pet.
Recruit, hurry up! Get to the magnet controls and save me!
So you know, yeah, the teleporter one I think is going to be the most interesting. And if I get the pet that's the same with that, that's what I'm gonna do.
Kind of like Jabber.
Okay, the Jabber. I don't.
No, babe, as a name.
Oh. No, it's Opie. You have no
You're
more.
Opie, it's
you're-
over.
No more say. Every name you hear, you're like, I like it. I like it.
It's over, Opie. You're so cute.
Oh, is somebody farting?
He is. Did you see how much he had ripped up the office?
The what?
Did you see how much stuff he ripped off? I couldn't have catched it.
What
You're
stuff?
so cute.
Like the stuff you ate in here?
No, this toy.
No.
It was a time. So, I need to make sure he's pooping every day.
Okay.
Oh god, okay. Monday.
He's pooping a lot. There was like 30 fucking shits out there that I had to clean.
And it was nasty, the one I saw yesterday. So,
Some of them were, yeah.
Monday, we gotta call and schedule the neutering thing, but we also only have 14 days to go to the BCA.
Oh, I thought we had longer than 14 days.
No.
Oh, shit.
So, that's already Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't even know which day it would be. So, we
Is
have to take care of both Monday.
Tuesday or Wednesday is a week
Oh
out.
my gosh.
You got another squeaker out?
Let me see this. Hey. Hey, buddy. Where's your Nerf ball?
Oh, that's on the dining table.
Okay, he's gotta be done.
Alright, Oak. Alright, Oak. Give.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Give.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, buddy.
Like, it's accumulated all these toys over 7 years and he's destroying them all in 2 days.
Mommy's gonna get you the Nerf ball.
He's so precious, though. You're so scanty.
Squeaker still works.
You're so scanty.
Get out. Get out. It's not for you anymore. It's not yours.
I love you.
It's not yours anymore. Get out of there. Get out of there. It doesn't belong to you anymore.
Get off your inferior posterior! The controls to the magnet
Doesn't
are
belong
on
to
the
you
second
anymore.
floor!
Trouble. That's such a good name. You don't play Borderlands anymore? You can stay there. Okay. I'll play something else. You can stay on the floor. Well, it's only 2 days. Alright, so I'm going with the SCAD. So I equipped them both in the same... Oh, I can change it. All this freaking time I spent debating on which to pick and which to use, and I can freaking change it at will. Are you kidding me?
Good to see you, my boy.
Hey, Skag puppy. His name's Mr. Chew. His name's Mr. Chew.
Recruit, hurry up! Get to the magnet controls and save me!
Down.
Alright, so all of that, and... Okay, so yeah. So I picked, I'm going to shut the controls off for Claptrap. Yeah, his name is Mr. Chew. And, yeah, he's a skag with a backpack. And a sleeping bag.
What's that? You smell some prey?
Yeah, you're petting my puppy. So all that work choosing, I can switch them at will, so it doesn't fucking matter.
The magnet the controls or you did it, I'm sick.
Like, cool. Right?
Fear not.
I hope you appreciate that I stopped hurting people for this.
Here comes Mr. Chew.
Wow! I did it! I single-handedly took on the COV and sent them packing. Now all that's left is to signal Lilith that the mission is complete.
Where did this ammo come from? Did my skag? I don't know. I think it's a assault rifle that ammo, but it looked like my skag just threw it up. See, that's the Lilith I want to see. I don't want to see like a real actress.
So,
Yeah.
Lilith, I can safely
There's
report
probably
that
better
Operation Trojan contract
cosplayers
was a
out there than
complete
whoever they
success. I did
hired.
it all by myself.
I'll bet. Well, the cult's destroyed every other Crimson Raider stronghold, so this'll have to do for now. So what's your name, killer?
Yeah, it's my game. Look
I
at
am Amara. Nice tattoo, Siren Sister.
Take me
Must be
on.
the voice in my head.
Yeah, about that. Not the weirdest thing you're gonna see on Pandora. But seriously, thanks for answering my call. You might not have the numbers, but with a badass like you, you've got a fighting chance. Welcome to the Crimson Raiders. Pandora's a dangerous place. That grenade mod will come in handy. You should equip it before we get started. Let me know when you're ready.
A messy tool of death. I like it.
All right.
Hey, do you hear bloodthirsty screaming?
More COV.
Oh, we got
Let's see
some
what you
bad
got.
guys coming.
There's too many of them! We're doomed! Doomed!
It's the fire hall!
Get him, Mr. Chew. Get him.
Queen wants her head! Let me into a stew!
I'm coming for you, bandits!
Really?
Death smile.
I demand a sky burial!
Nice fighting, killer.
Don't shoot my skag. I don't know. No. Yeah, my Lilith is over here. Where's the gun? Oh yeah, there's no gun there for me. Does that help? Facebook's being dumb. How's Facebook being dumb? The game's being dumb for Kim, so we feel your pain.
Strange times.
Okay. Do you have a mini map? Alright. Yeah, I can't pick anything up because I'm full on everything.
All right, we got a foothold. Maybe things are turning our way. Come on, killer, you're with me. Let me catch you up. A while back, we found a map.
What?
Led to vaults.
Oh, that
all
was a
over the
grenade.
borderlands. Dream come true, right? I didn't realize how big of a target it was. We got it packed. The map was lost. I've been looking for it ever since. This way. I was so focused on finding the map, I didn't notice that Pandora was changing. The bandit clans used to just murder each other for fun. Now they're all under one banner. Cult.
Why?
But children of the
Kept
vault.
kicking me out of your stream after like 30
Right.
seconds. Well, that's
Come on,
stupid.
Let's take a look around.
I appreciate you
Leaders
coming
of the
back, though.
Calypso twins and their followers worship them like gods. They're convinced the map will lead them to something called the Great Vault, slaughtering anyone who gets in their way. We heard a rumor that a bandit clan found an alien artifact.
You coming, babe?
Could be the map. That's what we're here to find out. Locked. Not gonna keep a siren out, though.
I'll stand guard.
Claptrap's doing karate. Shiv Sanctum.
What do we have here?
Shiv! The Sun Smasher clan has recovered the sacred vault map! Send our followers to invite the Sun Smashers into our holy family! And hurry! The twin gods grow hungry!
The map. Knew it. We have to beat them to the Sun Smashers.
I'll open the gate.
We gotta beat them to the Sun Smashers. Time to go smash the Suns.
Come on, this way.
Well, whatever your reason for being here, buddy, I appreciate it. Come on, Mr. Chew. No. Oh, is that what's happening? Yeah, because, like, it just... That's pretty sweet. There was just, like, bullets sitting in front of him. What do you got? Come here. Are you kidding me? He's already tore apart this Nerf ball. It doesn't look like he's eating it. Yeah, come here. Mommy wants to sing. Come here. Come on. Opie, hop up. Let me pull this down.
I'm gonna
Opie,
set
come
up
on.
camp and
Hop
gather
up.
some intel on the Calypso. Find the Sun Smasher
Can
war
you
chief and do whatever it
see
takes
what he
to
did
get
to
that
it?
map.
Seems like you guys got this. Good luck. I'm gonna go hang out in some trash.
So it doesn't look like he's eating it. It looks like he's just ripping it
What are we
apart.
working with
There's a
here?
bunch of pieces
Well,
on the
this place
floor.
kinda sucks. It's all we got at the moment. Not the first time the Raiders have had to start from scratch. It's no
I mean, that's the-
sanctuary. We'll
Yeah,
probably
that's the
get that
toughest
shit
toy that we
working
have.
soon.
Toughest toy that we had. And he's such a drooler. It's... Oh yeah. I think that was an actual Kong toy. I don't think they get tougher than Kong toys. Like, maybe he needs like legit sticks and like rocks to chew on. I don't know. Oh, we got. Yeah. He is ridiculous.
Need a diagnosis? Go see a real doctor. Need healing? Come see me.
Oh, this is an interesting new animation to have the way they show you the stuff. That's cool.
Mighty kind of you. Thanks. I like to keep these handy in case I run out of anesthetic.
Damage to stuck tires and explosive impact.
Trust your friend Marcus. You want what I'm selling.
Yeah, he needs rocks, I think. I don't... it's absurd how quickly he's tearing through this. Try a real beef or pork bone, like one of those big solid bones at the pesto. We did that for Chibs, and it got so fucking gross. And he left it out back, and then like ants were all over it in like minutes. But you know what? He might actually like one of those like deer antlers. They're like $30, but at like the pet store or like actual like elk antlers or whatever. That might be what he means.
I'm sure. Ask about our one-click buying plan. When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy.
These shields are... so many of these shields are better than what I have.
Most doctors got a degree to pay off, but I pass those savings right to you. Stay alive with this one item. Doctors hate it. Real ones, anyway. You will be back. Welcome to Doctor's Edge Mods and Meds. Oh, for me, you shouldn't have.
So let me take this and put this Hyperion shotgun. Check that out. Alright, you ready to move on? Sure. I'm not using shotgun. Oh, actual shotguns. Accuracy's worse, handling's worse, reloads about half. Fire rates less. Two ammo per shot. There's like 2 in there. No, I'm good on them. You can sell them.
Can't stop now. There's too much to do.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff in this fridge.
Yeah. Strange times.
Yeah, that's an interesting shotgun. Right, these are all shotguns. They don't say shotgun, but... critical hits ricochet 1 bullet to the nearest enemy. That's interesting.
Children of the world. Leave the bandits actually stopped fighting amongst themselves.
You're such a mess. I can't believe you. The ball's like halfway gone now. I mean, it's just like all over the floor.
Children of the world. Leave the bandits actually stopped fighting amongst themselves.
I don't know, here's a... Oh, I guess this is the fast travel. Yeah, I don't know you. Alright, so what are we gonna do? I don't know where you are on the map. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. That's... Yeah, I don't know how you get over there. Oh, I jumped back here. You go up top. Wait, actually, I don't know how I'm gonna get out of here now that I'm here. Yeah. I jumped off of that railing, but I don't know how to get out now. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, you jumped over that? Actually, I couldn't make it over that. I had to go up and around. Oh, okay. Shit, now I forget where those steps were. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. What the fudge? Well, it definitely is a secret room. Congratulations, you found the secret room. Alright, ready? Let's get this show on the road. I see an exclamation point over here.
My vending machine is broken? My vending machine is broken? Ah, how am I supposed to profit off this war-torn... I mean, sell premium weapons to heroic vault hunters such as yourself? Let's fix my vending machine. And by that I mean, you fix it.
And by that I mean you fix it. Oh, we got some skags over here.
Don't hold back!
That was awesome. Okay, I just was killing some skags, I'm sorry. No, his is radiate. Yeah, he can spit. No. Yes, hold on. No, he spits corrosive. How do I make him spit corrosive? When I hold A, I issue attack command and I'll vomit acid onto enemies. But my ability, I create a rift at a target location, teleporting my pet through the rift, dealing radiation damage to nearby enemies. Then the pet becomes irradiate and dealing radiation damage. So I don't know how to use one. I hold A, and that seems to be the rift one. I don't know how to use the other one.
There.
Damn psychos, always scavenging to make their buzz axes and meat bicycles. You'll need to replace that circuit with something. You know, some skags are chock full of electricity. Get me one of their spines. Better get used to doing things like this if you want to survive on Pandora.
My vending,
and
yeah.
if you're feeling extra
How am I gonna
gruesome,
make
you can
profit
also
off
try
this
getting a
worn,
human
torn,
spine
I mean,
from one of those
heroic
filthy
vault hunters?
bandits. That could work.
Okay, so the wire from the machine runs to his vending machine. So if we fix the vending machine, the catch a ride works, I think. Okay.
Did you hear it?
Kind of. No, I didn't hear all of it.
Too weak to survive. Come on, boy, get him! So many kills behind me, so many ahead.
There's one of those shock skags now. Get its spine. Go on, pick it up. Hope you don't mind handling visitor. Ah, very good. Bring it back to the machine. And be quick about it.
Sure. That sounds fun.
It's time to fight!
What are you doing, Opie? What are you doing, Opie? So do you not want to do it then? Oh, Ellie's garage. I see something to loot over. Oh no, it's just another machine. Never mind.
Strike now, beast!
You're not. No, I guess he's dead. That's why he's not doing anything. I'm like, you're not attacking, Skag Pet. Oh, what is it?
Buying plan. When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy. Support local business. Sell to Marcus. Shoot more. Shop Marcus.
Hey, what is that? Looks like a shotgun as well. No, I don't want to do that. So what? Map is pulled up. Yeah, he loves the squeaky toys. Actually, what's squeaking? He destroyed them. Ow. Find Sun Smasher. Skip tutorial. I'm looking for. Ow. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong one, I guess. All the way to the left. This one right? Oh, okay. It says from the ground up, but yeah, underneath this is Find Sun Smasher Chief, yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I can look at your. Yeah, I don't know if I can look at your pings, but you can try. No. Well, yeah, it's the Find Sun Smasher Chief is right next to that. It's right next to the Sun Smasher Chief. Okay. I got some skill points to spend. Well, that's good. Well, I mean, it keeps it from like, oh, I don't need any of the stuff I'm picking up because what they gave me is so much better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Alright, do you want to catch a rat?
Yeah,
I guess. Alright. We're gonna go kill this guy.
okay, hold on, I'm spending some points in my tree.
Okay, I'm gonna go smoke them.
Alright. Hunter skill, hunter kill skill. Whenever flak kills an enemy, they gain increased reload speed. That's cool. I like that. Flak scores a critical hit. There is a chance for one ammo to be added to their magazine. Whenever flak kills an enemy, they gain a stack of interplanetary stalker. For each stack of interplanetary stalker, they gain a bonus to all damage dealt. Additionally, they gain a unique stacking bonus depending on the type of enemy killed. Each unique bonus can stack up to 3 times. You'd stack the K's after a short time. That sounds like way too much for me to keep track of. I am not that smart. Stop, Miss Colleen. What's happening? We are playing Borderlands 3. The good old go-to. What got Miss Kim into gaming. Cooldown and damage. I mean, that's the easiest to keep track of. Gun damage and action skill duration. I mean, my action skill is like an instantaneous thing, so it's not. Don't really need that. Load cooldown, increase damage. I think that's just the easiest to know and do and keep track of. So let's go kill some shite. Here we go. Come on, little pet. Come on, buddy. Let's go kill some shit. Oh, that's how you know I'm ready to fudge some fudge up. Oh. I don't want to start that without Miss Kim. I'll get in trouble. Yeah, let's fight some stags. Yeah, let's do this. Go get them. I am. Oh, this is a sniper?
I have no blood, so I'm taking yours.
I hit the wrong button. Making me look like a fool. Boom! Down goes Frazier. Oh, it's exploding in rainbows. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Weak. All of you are weak.
All of you are weak. Oh, I can slide tackle him?
You want to go on a hunt?
Thanks, buddy. Thank you for your help. Why are you just doing that when I pet you? Why are you doing that? There we go. Yes, ma'am. Me and Mr. Chew are coming. We gotta go right up there. Oh no, I didn't mean to throw my grenade. Oh, I fell off like a dummy. I'm coming. Cool. So I don't look as ridiculous.
Felled by a wanker!
Huh. Felled by a wanker.
Very quickly!
Oh, is that a blue gun? What is that? Oh, human spine. I got the spine.
You found a human spine. You'll fit right in on Pandora. Give it a try. Thank me!
No, we got the spine already. Yeah. Go get him, Mr. Chew. Boom! Yeah, what happened to you? What happened? Oh, you took my shield. Get him, get him, get him. Yeah, throw up on him. Throw up on him, Mr. Chew. Yeah, mother bitches. So the difference between my
perfection through
my
domination.
attacks are, one is I hold A, or I hold the attack button. Alright, I'm coming. Yeah, I have to turn the volume of this down, so.
Sick.
That's the grenade you gave me.
Dying of light. Grenade out! We're all just
Nice. Alright. Yeah, I'm turning this sound down. Alright, there we go. Volume is down.
You there. How are your last breaths going?
Grieve not, my kid!
Damn. Oh, there's health over here.
Eyes on a target.
Oh no, I guess I think my pet picked it up. Another badass up here. Nice. Oh, I'm down. Let me get this psycho. I got the psycho. Yeah, I'm back.
And you're the mule! Screw you, mule!
Throw up on him. Throw up
That is
on
your
him.
target.
He's not throwing up on him. Well, you got a purple already?
Credit to the pack.
Man, I'm getting like trashed. No, we're not.
Hello? Somebody help me! I would prefer not to die like this. I would get you down if you were in trouble.
I don't know. I don't even know who's talking.
Yeah, I am.
Save me! Hello? Somebody help me! I would prefer not
Alright,
to
bud.
die
We're
like
coming,
this.
bud. We're coming, bud. Relax, buddy. Ew, it was gross. Yo, is that the dude from the Telltale's Borderland?
Yo!
Oh, okay.
Little help? You can either help me or I'm gonna yell at you every 15 seconds. Ugh. Yeah. Oh, my briefs are. Hey, feet work good. Nice to meet you. Hey, thanks. If you hadn't come along, I might be dead.
I guess there you are. Okay.
What are you doing here?
I came to see Pandora's legendary half-naked bandits, clearly. Also, I just joined up with Lilith and the Crimson Raiders.
What the
You're with the Firehawk?
fudge?
Oh man, I used to run with Lilith back in the day. But, now I'm a bandit ward chief. Go Sun Smashers. I mean, at least I used to be a ward chief. Until, my clan found that stupid alien junk. I warned them not to mess with that crap. But what do? They tie me up and they take it to the Calypso twins. Not cool, bro. Well, we should probably get out of here before the COV come back. So, where are Lilith and the Raiders hanging these days?
The former COV propaganda center.
We'll beat down every last one of them.
Now we're talking. Come on, let's get out of here. I'll lead the way, even though I'm totally unarmed. Can't let them know you're afraid and totally defenseless, bro. Bandit life!
Okay, buddy. You lead the way. Oh, excuse me. Oh, he's running away from us. I don't know if we have to escort him. Alright, I'll make sure he stays alive. Maybe he'll wait for us, I don't know. Doesn't seem like it.
Hey, we should get going before the COV come back.
Ah, no, I didn't see guns. Fudge. Alright, hold on. He started running, so I started running.
Yeah, we have to come back.
Alright, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Ooh, a new... Oh, what it is? Okay. No one needs that. Oh yeah. Just so many shotguns. Finally an SMG. Finally. This SMG looks badass though. It's got a little sight, little camo skin on it. No. Ooh, and a Vladov gun? Wait, does electricals? Alright, so that gun can stay. This, I think this sniper thing can go. Or it's kind of a sniper, I don't really know. We'll try the Vladov pistol and this SMG. Oh, did I go the wrong way?
I like your enthusiasm, beast. Gorge yourself.
Take that, my bitch. Oh. Barfer skag. Not today, see. Not today. So I think we fell off the wrong side. So we're running around here. We're over by Ellie's garage.
This is impenetrable.
I found some like iridium thing like that we'll have to mine, but I can't. When I punched it, it said this is impenetrable, so there's got to be something later on that we get to.
Your true nature.
Let me up. Let me up. I'm just trying to get back.
Coast is clear! Nice! Let's go meet up with the Firehawk. Those Calypsos won't stop until every bandit on Pandora worships them like gods. I mean, bandits don't need gods. We worship a hot fire and a charred piece of meat. There are rules. I'm sure Lilith will be glad to see me. We're tight, bro. Super tight. Like, bro tight. It's a thing.
Listen, Vaughn, I don't believe you, Vaughn. It's like
Pandora's in trouble.
it's like you have a.
Or maybe that's just the harsh desert wind in my bare sun devil chest. Okay, now install the spy. That bandit spine's not actually gonna work. I just wanted some payback because those bastards broke my machine. Still, I appreciate your dedication to capitalism. You've already got a shock skag spine. Try that. It will work much better, I promise. Well done, Vault Hunter. Now you have access to my vast array of murderous wares in a new convenient location. And as an added thank you for dishing out some vengeance on those filthy bandits, let me open up my secret stash for you. Who says payback doesn't pay, huh?
I got a TDR shotgun, it looks like. So all my Hyperion, all my other shotgun shits can go away.
Way to take down Shiv, recruit. I knew you had it in you.
Except the one sniper shotgun, because it's...
Don't spend it all in one place, except right here.
Oh, I just realized this Vladov pistol does 5 damage. It's got 46 rounds in the clip though, so I guess it's okay. Okay, I thought my skag just threw that up.
Guns, what more could you want?
Thank you.
Another beautiful
Oh, there's a purple Hyperion
Tell your friends.
assault rifle. Or submachine. Except I don't really like Hyperion. Although maybe Hyperion looks like it's reworked, so it has a front-facing shield. So damage to projected front-facing shield amplifies weapons damage. So it's like a Zarya barrier. So this is a COV gun, unlimited magazine size, weapon heats up and eventually will break.
They might look small, but they're actually just
That's weird.
Your business is always appreciated. Firearms in every flavor at Marcus Munitions.
Yeah, the gun you just gave me was a level 6. The TV or whatever you just dropped from me.
Check back later for more fantastic deals.
Oh, my other TD shotgun. So you dropped me a shotgun. My other TD shotgun's a level 6 as well.
Have you had a chance to check out my mixtape yet?
Your business is always.
No, sorry, Claptrap, I haven't. Hey, Magusalations, have you had a chance to check out Claptrap's mixtape? Sorry, buddy, that's a no-go for both of us. Actually, while you do that, I'm going to go potty and get a drink. Okay. Alright, chat, I'm gonna take a couple minute break. I'm gonna let OP out and go potty, get a drink. I will be back shortly. Like 2-3 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Wait to be you and cool and hang out. Check out my potty screen for a couple minutes. See y'all later. Alright, so I'm gonna come out now with them. You wanna put Chibs in a crate, or I'm gonna go pee first. I'll go pee first, and then we'll figure it out. Okay. Go. Go. Gotta get you a treat. Get in, Oak. Get in. Got a treat for you, Oak. Sit. Sit. Good boy. Alright, so, sorry for the delay. I'm sure everybody's left by now, but we also did a little interaction with the doggies, with the doggos, checking to see how they're feeling about each other. Everything seems positive. What's up? What happened to his face? Oh shit. Do you need help? BRB again, chat. Wipe it off with weapon of the tower. Alright, knock knock people, I'm back. I apologize again. Two dogs, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, 2 dogs is a bit more than I was expecting. Not that more than I bargained for. I'm ready for whatever the challenges are, but definitely a tad bit more than I was expecting. I kind of just expected Opie to just fall in line right behind Chibs and just be like, oh hey, this is me now, I just do what I'm told. What are you eating now? Hold on. I don't know why I expected that either, but I just kind of... Okay.
Center. It's where the Calypsos host murder sermons and amp up their
Murder
followers.
sermons.
Can't let the Calypsos get that map. The Holy Broadcast Center is a long ride. Vault Hunter, you're gonna need some wheels. My friend Ellie
Give
runs
us
the cash
wheels.
ride. Go introduce yourself. She'll hook you up.
Guess it's lots of rest for the wicked, huh?
Top Chap had another quest that I picked up.
I lost my antenna!
Are you not here?
I know your pain, little
Okay, I
friend.
don't see you on the
I
map.
will assist you.
Yes! I'm gonna be bigger and badder than ever! But this is an important question.
Where did you go on the map?
Replacement antenna options, recruit. Options, I say! Go for it! Even though finding me a new antenna is vitally important.
I gotta go to Ellie's. I don't know. Oh, there you are. Okay.
And you'll probably want to get a vehicle for this one.
Well, if you're at Lilith, I'm gonna come to Lilith and get skins. How do I put skins on? Ah. Hold on, so hand clock unlocks this room decoration for use in room system when used inside your inventory? What? We have like decoration, like bases we can decorate? That's cool. Yeah, I'm coming. Here we go. Here we go. Why does it give me like? Tell me like people on my friends list are doing.
Now remind me, what'd you say you was gonna do to my gal pal Lil?
God Queen Tyreen will drink soup from the skull of the great heretic! Ah!
My bad, finger slipped.
There she is.
Oh, howdy! Didn't see you there.
Desert Rose, thorny for rockets. That was my special, my things ability.
I heard y'all were in the neighborhood. Good to see old Lil found some new blood. I'm Ellie. Hey, what are you staring at?
She's got like beers on her waist.
You look hard to knock down. Could have used you during training.
Ain't you a heartbreaker? Lil said you was looking for a vehicle. Damn cultist stole all mine. Mind stealing me one back? Then I'll set you up with a catch a ride. And thanks for coming by. I do love stealing stuff from bandits.
When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy. Bullets and bombs. Shoot more, sharp markers.
Yeah.
Have some money. Now,
We gotta go steal. We have to go steal some stuff from the bandit. We have to go steal. Okay, I see. I see how we get. Ellie's crap. mother bitch.
My hunt is never ending. Don't roll in. He's rolling in it.
Don't roll in it. He's rolling in it. No.
Feel the
Feel
bloodlust.
the bloodlust.
Bro boy, eat them alive.
Oh, behind us. There we go. Down goes Frazier.
More.
Okay. Oh yeah, I hear there's cars out there.
So many things I never built.
He's down.
Oh my guy's down. How do I gotta revive my
Come
pet.
on now, boy.
He's out.
We have much ahead of us.
Blessed be the bandit!
Let's go get him, Mr. Chu. Yo, they just hit my fucking pet. Die, mother punks. What's up, Mr. Grimm? I just saw you join the Facebook.
Recruit, you're near a dead claptrap unit. Those are all over. I'm the last of my product line. I need you to salvage their parts so I can build a new friend.
Pounce.
I'm out of
There.
pistol ammo. Oh, I don't know.
Location
Alright.
marked.
Let me... Yeah, my bad. That was me that marked that location. I don't know if that's where we gotta go. Oh, I hear them. Where are they?
That's the spirit.
There you go.
To me now.
Nice. I'm in the top part.
Don't run from me, Harry.
I look so ridiculous in the top part. I don't have a gun or anything. Like, I don't happen out. Yeah.
I missed you, boy.
Well, there. Okay. Alright. Alright. I don't think we can fit. Hold on, wait. Yeah. Look at that trick.
Just park your car there, hun.
Park it where? Here?
All right, now register with a catch ride so you can digistruct a new one whenever you want. Just in case you get a Pandora flat, meaning your car explodes.
Heavy missiles and machine guns. And you get to pick the colors.
That said, might be right to just go ahead and shoot him in the ass. That'll send a lesson to the other bandits not to mess with the raiders.
Oh, we can get different wheels and stuff. Yeah. Oh, so there's a paint job I picked, or you can pick a particular paint job.
Death smiles.
Like, oh, I kind of like the Jacobs. I might go with the Ellie paint job. Bam! Check out this bad boy. Alright, I need ammos.
Ask about our one-click buying plan. When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy. Your money is always welcome. Always a pleasure, Vault Hunter.
Okay. I'm coming!
Good hunting.
Yes. Well, that sucks. All right.
Guns for every occasion.
It's a good thing I can't feel boredom because Yowza!
Yeah, that was the one gun I was reading that like unlimited ammo, but like blew up after a certain amount of time. The new doll weapons, I remember them not being too great in the old ones, but I think I'm using a doll submachine gun now where I can switch between single fire and burst fire. There's one here that can switch between 3-shot burst and fully automatic. Pretty nice. Oh, yes.
Have you had a chance to check out my mixtape yet?
Hey, Vaughn, know anything about these little COV statues?
Ugh, the children of the vault have been leaving these suck-butt COV statues all over the place.
Yeah.
You know what? We're gonna stick it to those wannabe gods and make our own idols. In my image. Yeah, good idea. From Chiseled Jaw to legendary calves. First off, go find all my wanted posters. P.S. I am very wanted. If we're gonna pull this off, we're gonna need those pictures of me to feed into the 3D scanner thing. Then we can start printing out the statues that look like me instead. Haha, that'll really tick off the Calypsos.
Oh yeah, I got a Marcus Bobble head.
I didn't go from a Hyperion accountant to bandit war chief just to follow orders again. But, you know, after I refused to join that stupid cult, Tyrene Calypso put a bounty on my sculpted ass. And the rest of me too. But I'm still alive, baby! And I'm still shaking it, bro!
What do you mean I'm gone? Oh no. You look ridiculous.
You could always use another gun.
I don't know, it's pretty funny.
Hey, bro!
An Amara classic.
They're designed by men who have no idea what, you know what I mean? Alright, I'm changing my color scheme a bit.
It's hot! Does anyone else think it's really hot today? Oh, it's hot. I'm just sweating in the weirdest places.
I'm sweating in the weirdest places.
That will look
How do I look?
excellent with blood.
Oh, it's not you. Oh, there you are. Okay, how do I look? Yeah. Come on. Borderlands, get your shit together. They're like, yeah. They're like, oh, we've never been this far in a game this early, so that's why we're gonna create this whole other thing for this Lilith DLC for Borderlands 2. But like, this game, we're not fucking, now we're what, an hour into it, and we've had this glitch twice? We've had 2 different glitches, I guess? Like... That sucks. I know. Alright, so we need a new ride. Alright, here we go.
Yo, Vault Hunter. So that road will take you right to the Holy Broadcast Center. Watch out for those so-called twin gods. From what I hear, Tyreen Calypso's the star of the show. Her brother Troy runs the cult's propaganda. P.S. They both suck. Just saying.
This way? I'm working on it.
Dump trucks in the neighborhood. I can practically smell this sumbitch. Look around, VH.
Not anymore.
There's gotta be a way to get that door open.
That's it. Here I come, mother bitches.
Maybe you can get up high and slam down on it.
Good to see you, my boy. Let them hear your rage.
My longing ends!
That one.
Get real high and jump crouch to tap into your inner strength.
I'm invincible!
Die, mother bitch.
You'll remember my name!
Fall and be reborn to the hunt.
Just jump over it and hit crouch. There's gotta be a way to get that door open.
I know, right? Like, get the fuck over yourself, Doctor.
Good boy.
Oh, this toilet just threw ammo at me. Oh, Mr. Chu is like, he just jumped up here by himself.
Maybe you can get up high and slam down on it.
I know, you ain't nothing but a dumb robot. You stupid robot trying to tell me what to do. Oh, shit.
You tell me.
Shut the fudge up, Claptrap.
Just jump over it.
Oh my goodness. I'm like looting all this stuff. I thought we were looting stuff. Okay.
Time to prove my worth! Feel our power!
Nice, what power?
Nice, you're my hero.
Don't touch my delegate!
Run!
Okay, good.
Run, you weakling!
Cause my hands are a bit thick. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Okay. I'll go down there and you can come up. We'll switch places.
Oh, a coat hanger? Yeah, that could give me sort of a rustic vibe. No, a rusty vibe.
Oh, the holy dump truck. Oh, I found the guy we're supposed to fight. I mean, he's halfway dead. Oh, he killed my thing. My thing's back alive. He's almost completely dead. We're doing fine. Yeah, all the way up. Just keep going up. I think my thing Where's my thing at? Oh, my thing's killing him. He jumped down. He jumped all the way down to the bottom of it. He's dead now.
Pretty sure that dumbass dump truck was sitting on a loot stash. See if you can find it.
Yeah, so there's loot here on his body.
An item there.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize my dog. I stopped fighting him. I didn't realize my dog was gonna be such beast mode.
Stash is probably behind a secret trap door. Might need to do something special to get it open.
Handling damage, magazine. A second barrel that increases fire rate.
If you find something to complete that electrical connection on the ground, that might do the trick.
Yeah, right? What the? Right. I wonder if there's a setting we can turn that off. Like a mind your own fucking business at least setting. Something like that.
VH, don't forget to look all over the place for what you need. Up, down, all around, but in this case,
In this case, up. Okay, yeah. So there's a yellow wire here, and it goes up. But this wire's broken here. So what?
Look, I'll just spell it out for you. If you shoot that water pipe up there, it'll make a puddle. Then hit the switch on that generator. That should open the door.
Shoot the water tower. What fucking water tower? Fuck is you talking about, Alan? Okay, keep looting. Go ahead. Loot. You loot Scoot and Boogie. Okay? I don't know, none of it looks like a water tower to me. But you go over and loot. I got a skill point to spend, so I'm gonna do that. Actually, I'm gonna pull out my jabber. Oh, the jabber has a... What the fuck is... The jabber's crazy looking. Look, the Jabber's like a weird monkey thing that has a gun. And like crazy glasses. I don't see anything that could be a water tower. Oh wait, there's a target on this thing right here. Yeah, that worked. What? That's not a fucking water tower. What the fuck are you smoking?
Hot damn! Look at that! That's called a red chest in bandit speak. Probably 'cause it's blood or something. Bandits are happier about blood than a tick on a skag's ass. Anyway,
That's gross.
you're always more likely to find good stuff in them red chests. They're usually hidden pretty good though, so you'll have to really search them out. But it's worth it. Thanks for
Weapon
taking care
heats
of
up
that
and
dump truck
eventually will
situation,
break.
sweet
I
thing.
don't know if I want a weapon that's gonna break. Oh wait, it's okay, so it doesn't have to break. If you stop shooting, it'll cool off. But it looks like it does have a limited number of ammo. I thought it said it had unlimited ammo. Unless I read it wrong, it says a limited number. Oh, unlimited magazine size, so all of the bullets fit in one magazine. It looks like. Accuracy is like shitty on all these things. I'll try the Children of the Vault pistol for a little bit. Right. Right. Yeah, the reason it was picked was because it was the first date that Nicole and Kim would have off together. Mr. Graham asked if told your sister and Jay Lamb about the next Saturday. And I said, yeah, that's why I was picked. I told Adam I invited him. I don't know if he'll make it or not, but... Alright. Sounds good.
Throw and kill!
There you go. Oh, you tell me which direction to go. think we'll have to hoof it. Let's hunt.
Ooh, watch out for all that scary electricity.
There's a spork in his head. Yeah, there's gotta be a way to turn those fucking hints off. I don't like them.
Oh, a spork might look nice. I'll rinse it off later.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry, I thought you were in. Oh, straight? Oh, yeah, okay.
Firearms in every flavor at Marcus Munitions. Don't spend it all in one place, except right here.
Peacekeeper. No, go away. I'll keep that for distance. Ooh, that thing looks crazy. Weapon damage, fire rate boosted. TBO submachine gun. Alright, I'm getting rid of everything that's gray. That'll definitely help me.
Inventory comes and goes, but you can't beat cash. Any item anywhere. Sell to me and I'll find a buyer.
No. No, yeah, I have a TDO or a shotgun that's level 6.
Lining your pockets won't make them bulletproof, you know.
Is there anything in particular you're looking for? I just sold stuff back. Okay. Okay. Okay, I have one, or I had one, I can buy it back. It only does 5 damage, but it shoots 6.3 shots per second. And has a 46 magazine size, and it does shock. It's right there, it's gray. Oh, my thing's in the way. Hold on, let me take my face off. Okay, I was using it for a little bit. It was an okay gun.
Your business is always appreciated.
Okay. Oh, there's also this shield. I don't know what your shield looks like. I got rid of it because I wasn't going to use it, but I didn't even think that maybe you want it. My stream's a couple seconds behind. Can you see? Oh, I guess Twitch is quicker than Facebook.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Oh, there's a Vladoff gun in the thing. The item of the day does it's 7 times 2 damage. Consumes 2 ammo per shot, 19 clip. Does 7.6 shots per second. Accuracy is not that great, but reload time is 2.8. Okay, ooh, there's a fucking purple gun in there. Okay, yeah, let's just go. What am I getting stuck on? Alright. Which way? Okay. Now. Alright, let's go.
Ready for a fight?
Let's do this.
Yes, to the bloodletting!
What were Varkids? I forget.
That's a COV echo transponder. Who knows what kind of nefarious broadcast they might be sending with that thing? Climb up there and
there's racks as well. Corrosive racks.
Hunt them down.
Go on, climb up there.
It throws corrosive barrels at them. Throw your corrosive barrel at it, bitch. Oh, there's Varkids. They're like flying insects.
You know you can climb up there, right?
Let the life bleed from you.
I know you can climb, even though you don't have my powerful robot clamps. You can do it.
I know. There's gotta be a way to turn it off. There has to be. Oh shit, I'm out of ammo. I gotta switch this gun. The Children of the Vault weapon.
We have to take you back to basic training.
Oh, I'm down. I need to kill one of these. There we go. I don't know. Now for real. Market's up there. Shut up, Claptrap. No one fucking cares. Oh, he's missing the fucking thing.
Jump at the edge of things and jump again to mantle up onto it. We have to take you back to basic training. Now destroy that echo transponder. And pick up the antenna.
That's attack!
That looks just like my old antenna. Can't go wrong with a Claptrap Classic. See ya.
I am stronger, deadlier.
Oh, okay.
Death is natural, but yours was thrilling.
Alright. Yeah. Oh yeah, my Jabber is shooting it. Jabber's name is Meat Thief, by the way. I don't know. Alright, I'm coming with you. I'm full on all that stuff. Alright, here we go. Come on, Meat Thief. Sure, yeah, we can do that. It's not across that bridge? Oh, it's right here, okay.
I have need of you, beast.
TV or pistol?
Yes, into the fray.
Oh. Haha, nice. Good shot, Meat Thief.
Weak. Destroy!
Oh, I've just dropped the skin for me. So that can go, that can go, that can go, that can go. I can finally use that TD or shotgun.
I'm sure we'll be doing this all again soon enough.
Ooh, I can track down that long-lost vault map, huh?
Alright, cool. There's more loot out here.
You can always use another gun.
Alright, we ready to
Kill the
go?
other guy.
Here we go. Okay. Here we go.
Whoa, that psycho is sporting a great hat. I want it. Get it for me, recruits. Just don't talk to him. He seems reasonable enough.
I was trying to kill him.
Greetings, chum. How does the day find you?
He's wearing
Fear
a
not,
tinfoil
friend.
hat?
I am keeping the voices at bay with this mighty cap atop my head.
I require that metal headpiece.
Oh, no. I couldn't
Oh, my
possibly
back.
part with it. Not right now. You'll have to destroy the mind control transmission dishes first. They're beaming voices into my brain.
You heard the man. Destroy those transmission dishes. I need that hat.
Oh, look at this little bounty. Oh my god, he just had his hand down his pants. Did you see that?
Hey, Vault Hunter.
Yeah, that hologram had his hand down his pants and then sniffed his fingers.
A pair of my undies. Those are my trademark Hyperion red bars, damn it. Do you know how hard it is to get your hands on those down here? Go murder him horribly.
Alright, Vaughn. Wrong button.
Yes! We're free of those horrible
Yeah.
trolling voices!
Sorry, buddy. That means you're gonna have to give me your hat.
I hear you, beast.
This is danger!
Rip them to shreds.
All is permitted!
Well, he's dead.
Well, he's dead.
Shiny! That hat would make me the talk of the town. Those snooty aristocrats couldn't kick me out of their fancy galas anymore.
The snooty aristocrats can't kick me out of their galas.
Hey, I bet there's something in there we could use. Check it out.
Can't get me in here, Vault Thief!
No, I'm not, actually.
I'll have to get under that thing somehow.
You'll never get in here!
How low can you go? Pretty low, if you ask me.
Neener, Vault Thief! Just give up!
You can make
Huh,
it
he's
through.
dead.
I believe in you. Just still fly. Just
Yeah,
sprint
I'm
in the
trying.
opening and hit crouch. It's not that hard.
You gotta back up so it opens.
The hunt continues, but yours won't.
You the best. You the best.
We've got some good options, recruit. Return to me and we'll try 'em out.
Meat Thief is killing something. Boom! Shakalaka. It must be the TDR.
Break a sweat.
Oh yeah. Catch, Barber Skag. Oh, mate.
Rampage!
I don't know. It appears not. They stopped. It appears that they stopped.
Smashers, then we have got a blood feud on our hands, which would be awesome! Oh, been a while since I got a good old-fashioned blood feud going. 4-0, baby!
I'm just exploring the map, unlocking this stuff. Oh, I found a fucking truck. There we go. No, I thought you were talking about this diamond to go to. Over. This is all unexplored map area. All right. Left. Okay. Me drive, good.
Skag dogs. You don't know what's in them, but you know you want them. At least that used to be true. Now people want real skag meat and fancy toppings.
Oh, we're being shot.
Piece of masses. Gives a spicy tang to my dogs and covers the aftertaste. Harvest some of those succulents, and you'll get paid. Right, you're gonna need a special gun to harvest those succulents. I call it the Big Suck. Oh, because I harvest succulents.
Yay! I got like a pistol sniper kind of thingamajigger.
I used to be culinary royalty. Then one of my rivals spread a rumor that my skag dogs were full of dead skin and toenails. And yeah, well, it's technically true. You never reveal a chef's secret recipe under the penalty of death. Anyway, my culinary empire crumbled, and I changed my name. For now.
It's time to fight!
Whoops, daisies. Okay, whatever you think. Okay, you're in the driver's seat. You be in the driver's seat, girlfriend. All right. Driving like a champ is what I'm doing. This way, right? Oh shit, let me swap out this TDR for this guy. Yeah, my pistol sniper thing only does 20 or something. I think 27 on the critical headshot. Oh, it's actually shotgun. It's a sniper shotgun. I keep going to a pistol.
Come here, you filthy heretic! Shots more!
All right. Motherfucker.
Goblin, get him!
Do not panic, beast. The power of the beast. Some days you hunt, some days you won't.
Oh, broke my shield. I'm not killing anybody.
The Undertaker's foul reign of Under-Terror is over. He's not gonna be stealing any more of my trademark red bars, that's for damn sure. Pandora is a safer place now, thanks to you, Vault Hunter.
My pet's dying. I gotta revive my pet.
Come up now.
There we go.
We're fighting you yet.
That's pretty insane. Oh, that's fancy. Oh, here's an electric shotgun. TDR electric shotgun. I don't know. That's a really good gun. I think you should learn how to use it. Yeah, I guess. And it's fully automatic? It's a fully automatic gun? It's fully on. When you hold the trigger, does it? When you hold the trigger, does it just shoot non-stop?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you don't want it, if you don't want to burn that ammo, I have a couple guns I can trade you for it. Here. Oh wait, I guess I have to. Equip that there, and then here, I'll give you my SMG. And then there's this blue TDR. Oh, it's a TDR SMG. I didn't realize it was a TDR. So you don't want a TDR SMG, right? It homes in on enemies though, which is pretty nifty. Okay, baby, thank you. It was fun. We'll do this. Probably. Yeah, we should probably do something of the sort. Okay. Oh, I see a thing to loot. Oh, it's just ammo. Okay. Oh no, you just fast. No, you just fast traveled yourself. So that's good. You can fast travel if you need to go get ammo or something, and then see if you can teleport back to me. Or actually, I'll see if I can fast travel to you.
What a spread! I can't decide. You gotta choose for me, recruit. But beware, you hold my very aesthetic in your hands. Now,
Custom waypoint, orbit view. What? So we go to different parts of the world? Oh shit. Oh shit. When I'm in the map? Yes. Yeah, yeah, I'm on fast travel. Okay, that or the. What do I hit the fast travel? A? Oh, I hold A. Okay. I hold A. Okay, I got this. I figures this out. When do you sleep, puppy? That's what I want to know. Oh my god, my thing is just shooting at fucking skags so far away. You just like started a fight for no reason. Alright, I gotta put this motherfucker away. I gotta pull out a different. I'm gonna equip the spider right.
Welcome back, my girl. That one was talking shit.
So I called out my spider and it's like, welcome back, my girl. And then I pinged one for it to attack, and he's like, that one was talking shit. Come on, Spider Ant girl. Let's go back over here with Magustulation.
I know.
Love you too, baby. It was fun.
Okay.
Love you too, baby. Good night.
Guns for every occasion. Lighting your pockets won't make them bulletproof, you know.
Boop boop ba doop boop 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 ba doop boop 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 ba doop.
Ooh, I could track down that long-lost ball bat, huh?
Now go kill the other guys.
Alright, so that is the end of the Borderlands. See, Grim is still playing some Apex. Did I do it? Did I make the party joinable? This. It's a bit chilly, man. It's on the too. If I'm cold, I can only imagine how chilly the dog is. Oh man, I never did my snack. I'm gonna do that shit now, because I love these things. It was like an hour and a half ago I brought these in. Maybe an hour ago. You. Going on. Same shit, different shape. You joined my party. Yeah. Yeah, it does that sometimes. It does that sometimes. Says that people join the party. Like when I join your party, sometimes it'll tell me like, "Oh, you joined," but it's like, no no Xbox. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I almost called it Facebook, so I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Point taken. Okay.
Here we go. Ready up.
No. I think it's
Let's explore this way.
oh yeah, there's a thing that's cool up there. I need a vest. Oh, here's a vest. Oh, he did. Man, motherfucker. Oh well. No, I'm looking for a scope. The level 2 scope that you can. Yeah. Some sort of site for this prowler. Sure. Yeah, I have a prowler. Yeah. No, I didn't see him ask for anything. I didn't see him ask for anything. Alright, so here, you want this prowler? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'll take a flatline. So you're coming to get this standard stock, right? Somebody sees me? Yeah. Alright, here, I got stuff on mine, but there you go. Oh, they just arc starred at me, so they know where we are. Come on, teammate. Alright, I'm coming. No, I'm following you. No, I'm following you. I think they finished him. The person they were fighting. No, I know. I was. Yeah, I'm talking about our teammate. Our teammate finished who they were fighting. They downed him. Right. Right, I was just saying our teammate's not getting fucked up because our teammate won that fight. Up here. They're throwing grenades from somewhere up here. I just heard sliding. I think they're like right there. Oh yeah, there's Gibraltar. Gibraltar right here. Oh yeah, well, I'm not almost dead, but I'm pretty fucked up. Oh, he's got a fucking energy gun? Oh, you pushed your thing away from me. There's somebody else around. I guess they're... Yeah, no, there was somebody else that I was shooting at. Oh, they must have. There's a box here. So he must be different. Oh, no, he's dead. So he was part of the same squad. I have 27 heavy bullets, and I definitely need syringes. I got a bunch of, oh yes. Yeah, there's one here. And then there's one in the building somewhere. Alright. So yeah, definitely, I got a bunch of light bullets, but I could definitely use energy. Or heavy bullets. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I picked it up. Yeah. Yeah, I got, but I picked up some more since. I don't know. There were 3 total. There was that one, and then... Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna start picking up energy. Yeah, so do I. I have fucking 2 extra bullets. Oh, I'm being shot. Oh, damn, they just fucking... I just put that shirt on, bro. Oh, yeah, I see them. Broke somebody's shield.
Oh, B. Bad boy. You're a bad boy. Daddy.
Fuck, he got me too. Fuck. Yeah.
Chips doesn't want to come. He's sleeping on the couch.
Okay.
He still has his leash on though.
Okay.
So, did you feed him dinner?
I fed him before dinner.
How many times today?
Twice. Is his bowl empty?
No, I'm just seeing if I should do anything before I do that.
I mean, if his bowl, oh, him you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, him I fed. Yeah, twice. Fed him when I got up, yeah, and I fed him at like 8:30.
Alright, so Chips is out there, his leash is on now. need to go to the bathroom again.
Yeah.
And I want to wake up at 9:30.
9:30. Alright.
Alright, love you.
Love you too, babe.
Alright, good night, Opie. Love you too. Please clean this up.
Yeah, no, I will. 9:30 you said?
Yeah.
Woo, who was right? Woo, whose dog was that? Wednesday. Yeah. We're in this together. I don't know what my dailies are. No idea. No. I'll just keep playing race. Yeah, 7. 4, I think. Well, yeah. Well, no. 5, 4. No, I have 6. I have 6 out of 7. Okay. Oh, I thought it was another 7. Like 7 and 7 is 14. So, so it's shit. I hit the wrong button. You know, I meant to ping. I didn't mean to jump so early. No, I meant to ping. I didn't mean to jump so early. Instead of pinging, I jumped. No, so early. I have a Mozambique. Teammate just took my hemlock. Alright, I got a Mozambique. Alright, I'm not. I'm going to get another gun. Alright, I got an Eva. No, I started across the street. I did ping a blue knockdown shield in the first building. Yeah. Not over here though. Yeah, I went over here. Yeah. Yeah, teammate ran in, was like right next to me when I pinged it, so I thought he picked it up. But he did not. No, he definitely ran ahead of me and stole my fucking door. Like, I can't fucking follow him in. Oh, behind us, behind us. Yeah, I'm the teammate and I'm right here and I got everybody. Come on, teammate. Why didn't you kill him as soon as you got out, teammate? What the fuck, teammate? Yeah, they were. They went down. No, they went down like when I shot them. That was a different person. No, the first guy at the lifeline. When I came in, when you were yelling for teammate, I downed the lifeline, and then a Birdman came in. Yeah. Yeah, when I came back and you were yelling for the teammate, I was crouched behind you guys, and when she popped back out, it was a lifeline. I downed her. And then when I was getting you up, a Birdman came out and killed me. Yeah, and it's like, I'm right behind you. Like, where the fuck are you, teammate? Yeah. I don't see him on the mini-map. I'm looking at the edges of the mini-map and I don't see him. Yeah. So let's go. Oh, market's blue. Let's do market.
Let's make a choice.
If we're in the center of the map, it'll be easier to get the care packages. If we survive market. I mean, I like the confidence. Oh, I just fucking stuck him, and he's down, and I lost him. Where the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, there he is. I'm not even gonna waste. I have a gold helmet. I need to find a gun to protect myself. I downed somebody with Narcstar, but shit. I'm just getting this kill. I'm gonna die. I'm down. No. Yeah, teammate, get him. I have a cold helmet, so that's why I ran away. I'm like, I don't want to waste this time. No, he didn't. Yeah. Yeah. Good job, teammate. Just gave that dude my gold helmet, teammate. Thanks. Okay. Smoky Shades TTV, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, buddy. My bad, go ahead. So you take the... Ain't nothing but a bunch of punk ass b-holes. Thank you, Smokey Shades. I really appreciate that follow. Yeah, when teammates do that, I like to message them and be like, yo, you should have stayed, I won. Alright, I'm gonna land here and try to get it done quick. Oh, got a triple take, which is not my favorite, but I have a gold vest, which is not my favorite either. I hit him with... There's people here, we're gonna fight. I'm getting teammate up. Nah, they're in this hallway. Or they were, they ran away. Up now, somebody just killed fucking teammate. All I have is a triple take and I really don't like. Yeah, they're down. I'm getting them up again. I don't know. I'm not. Somebody's shooting at me. This is all I have for shields. All right, I'm shielding up. I'm shielding up. I don't have anything for fucking shields again. Shit. I mean, his head got in the way of my shooting. Motherfucker! Shit zone. Jesus. Why? Why are you breaking stuff up? I thought you liked your job. No? Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Target spot. Cancel that.
Dropping in, hang on.
Nice.
Next ring's far. Have it here. Alternator here. Body shield here. Level 1. Gotta hop up here. Choke.
Right.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Arc start here.
Alright, yeah, it had nothing to do with that ignorant ass table, so stop blaming them. Here, special surprise right for you next year. I didn't realize it was Friday the 13th, or I would have went out drinking or something. I mean, went out drinking. Friday the 13th, it's, you mean, a lucky day to be drinking and driving. Friday the 13th, what's up now, Superstition?
Body shield here. Optics here.
What is that noise? Someone just drive a motorcycle through your living room? Yeah, it was just like some crazy like growling, like just came through the mic. That was so crazy. Alrighty.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
Oh shit, yeah, I did see, I forget where now. I stopped pinging them for lifelines because they stopped picking them up for whatever reason. That was like the meta. Everybody pick up, everybody do the give lifeline the things, and then just like all like overnight or like within the same week, they were all just like, we're not gonna pick them up anymore. Like every lifeline I played with. Ping it so our teammate knows. There you go, back.
Backpack here, level 1. Ultimate accelerant here. Sniper stock here, level 3.
Make sure teammate doesn't get it. How many more things do you need looted? Alright, I just picked something up. I picked up a gold, that, and then those. Or what I picked up. Oh, rings here. We're gonna go.
Let's explode this way.
I don't think we need a balloon. We're close. Oh, there's a U site here.
Optics here. Close range.
You didn't say you needed one, but I figured you usually do. Oh shit, there's another U site.
Optics here. Close range.
Hold on, I hear stuff over here. Alright, I just heard a bunch of noise over here. I don't know what it was. Okay, so it might be a trap. Alright, you're by. Alright, we're not with you. Teammates actually running the other way. Yep, they're rezzing somebody right here. Thanks, teammate. Faraway cheese. He ran like towards market the whole time. Yeah. Faraway cheese 19. Yep. No, now they're coming back. They're gonna get fucking slaughtered up. They can't even. They couldn't even get away from that railing. They were like running into the railing like a fucking idiot. Yay! You did so good, cheese. You ran away and then came back to do 34 damage. Alright, let me check my dailies. Alright, so there's how many days left? There are 3 days and 26 hours and shit. So if I would have got on earlier, I could have done. No, wait, what? That's 3 hours, 26 minutes left for the dailies. The event ends in 3 days, 10 hours. So, yeah, so I can get a total of 11 daily. I can only get 11 daily things done. Yeah, I have 2 left to do today. Alright, so Ram asked if we need a third. I'm gonna tell him yeah. And then I guess I'll just invite him, which is what I could have just done rather than doing that. Boom, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Yo, what's happening, buddy? Same. Same shit, different toilet, different shape. Me, nope. Yep. Yeah, that's not me. I haven't bought a battle pass yet. Yeah. Yeah, it was the one when the last event, not the one. There was like. Yeah, piece of shit headset. There were like 14. Yeah, that's better. There were like 14 skins, and they were $8 a piece, and then you had to unlock all of them. Oh, there was 24. Okay, so 24. You had, and in order to get, yes, yeah, you know, it was the event before this, and you had to unlock all of the skins before you could buy the heirloom, and then you still had to pay $35 for the heirloom. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would have... It still would have been, like, ridiculous and unreasonable, but... Like, it makes sense for, like, streamers and YouTubers and stuff, because, like, they make content around the game. But, like, for a regular person... Why'd you go in the hospital? Somebody's doing... Oh, yeah. Oh, he's... This is how we do in Philly, bro. I get my ass whooped in Philly, apparently. He's fucking me up. He punched... Oh, I got him once. Oh, got him twice. There we go. Get the fuck down, bitch. Alright. Alright, coming. Yeah, we don't have guns. No. No, there was... Oh, yeah, there was some ammo. Oh, somebody's chasing me with a gun now right now? There was ammo. Oh, shit. I'm right by Ram. I'm dead. Yeah, I couldn't find a fucking gun. And then that dude, like, wanted to fight. So I'm like, let's fucking do this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lifeline. That would be her. Yeah, I don't think I did any damage to her. So I did 120 to that dude, I guess. The guy we were jumping. Nice. Yeah, Wraith is good. I enjoy Wraith. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. She did say some dumb shit like that. She said, ow, it hurts, take it out. That's what she said. I mean, that might just be an American thing. Exactly. Yeah. He's a smart kid. She does say it sucks. So yeah, be good in school and do all your homework and all that stuff. Don't end up being a fucking POS. Because life is so much harder when you're... It's so much more difficult when you're a POS. I honestly wouldn't be able to survive without my girlfriend. Like, for real? No, I'd yeah. Like, I would legit be fucking homeless. Well, probably not. I'd just have to get a roommate, I guess. I'd have to live with somebody, but... Yeah. I left some. Oh, there's a heavy mag. Run, run, find the heavy mag. Oh yeah, Get that shit the fuck out of here. I need a bag. My man, pots and pans. Oh, fuck yeah. Alright, I'm grabbing this energy and I'm coming. Alright, I'm coming. I'm on your I wouldn't steal that from you, Ram. That's cool. I was hopping through the window and I thought you said don't steal that. Like I would. I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't steal that. Like, it was clearly late to the party. You had that room. Yeah, I was this way, right? Okay. That's a come up. Okay. Yeah, that's... Oh yeah, there's definitely people, like at the Bones, it sounds like. No. There's no danger. That was an accident day. I'm good on... Yeah, I'm good on the heavy. I got 240. Yeah, waiting on Ram. Waiting on Ram. So, okay. Yeah, I was letting Grim know that I was waiting on you. That he was by himself. Oh my god, look! There's 2 Birdmans! Yeah, now let's... I need a real bag. Oh, I need that. No, I'm good. I just need a bag. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here, Ram. Ram, you need a stock, you said? Oh, okay. No, I need all the bags. I just got a purple one. I'm good. Oh yeah. I believe he stole my quick use bag, actually. I think it had my name on it. Yeah, when you took the gold bag? Yeah. Yep. Actually, here, Ram. Where'd you go, Ram? I can give you that. Yeah. I'll take this. Yeah. There was one box that... No.
Shotgun ammo. Standard stock here. Level 2.
Oh, I hear somebody. Did somebody just fly? So what is it that's making a noise? I am. So he's hacking the map, but what is he actually hacking? What's making the noise? Okay. Really? Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I'm surprised. Nope. Here. No, wait, whoa, whoa. Whoa, stop that. Now here, take it. I have two. Yeah, I was gonna pick up a diversion, but I got a Havoc with a stack fire, so I'm thinking about hanging on to that. I don't know. That is some strange-ish. The kill leader. Yeah. On the banner. Yeah. Oh, champion's got 1 kill. Okay. Okay, let's go fuck them.
Thanks. Care package touch you down. They usually carry their platforms.
Sure, yeah, I'm down for portals. You got portals right here. Boop. Boop. Somewhere in this direction, yeah. Right, that's what I figured. Give us high ground if there is people in the dome. Oh, let's do that. I love loot until I'm dead. You can't see. You can't see. You can't see. You can't see. My loot. I'm just trying to protect you, bro.
Standard stock here. Level 2. Reduces replay.
But you liked it.
Kill leader. Taking a knee. Catching up. Heavy ammo here. Shield cell here. R99 here. Standard stock here. Level 2.
Ring is coming in with the bing bing. Ring with the bing bing. Level 2 light mag, anybody need?
Level 2.
Sure. Yeah, I'll figure it out. All the time. Somebody's being brought in? Yep.
Let's go this way.
Let's go. Yep.
Close range.
Yep. Yep, just dropped it, you saw it. Okay. Yes, sir. Oh, it's further than I thought. I'm taking a zip line up to the bones to try to get there faster. Good morning, son. Call your mother a bastard. Child services! Child services! Is that not how you call them? Well, it's a good thing you have a nice abusive relationship with your mom. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, and they're engaging, so let's... Yeah. Yeah, let me pop that. Yeah, they're sniping me. What? How the fuck would they be fucking hitting me when I'm behind a goddamn rock? Alright, I'm healing up. Shielding up. Oh, it was right there. I hit him for like, I don't know, 100 damage or something. There you go. Yeah, that Havoc takes way too long to charge up. Sounds good, broski. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Oh, gold armor here. Yeah, I grabbed it, so I put purple armor in there. Yeah. I'm grabbing the... Yeah, I'm grabbing... Yeah. You're right. I'm just grabbing big heals for us. Beast mode.
10 seconds. The ring's care package over there.
He was trying to save him, and then we couldn't. Yeah.
Someone's got a shot on me. Pretty sure.
I think you just have to take stuff from it. Yep, I'm throwing mine back at them. Oh yeah. Should try to get the circle. No. Maybe if you get hit with it, if it actually hits you. Alright, let me shield up real quick.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Enemy down.
Yeah, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. I got one kill, I think, so at least I wasn't useless. Well, you need to step your fucking game up, I think. Absolutely. Yeah, as we're flying in, you need to just kill everybody on the dropship. finally got a. Alright, so I think we're gonna have to leave this party because he's smoking a cigarette, taking care of his health. You know what I mean? Yeah, invite his truck. Oh shit! Actually, I gotta let my dog out. It's about time for him to. Yeah, it'll only be a couple minutes. BRBs. Actually, stay. Stay. Okay. I'm back. Alright, my bad, gentlemen. Yeah, he... Turns out that he really had to poop. Really had to poop, wouldn't come in. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, like I really thought it was only gonna be a couple minutes because like we're trying to take him out every like 2 hours because we're not 100% sure that he's potty trained. No. Yeah, he's so photogenic. So they weren't sure at the shelter, so I'm pretty sure he is, but I'm not 100%. So we're making sure we're taking him out. Like housebroken. So, right. So I try to take him out like every 2 hours while I'm awake. It's 3:12. Oh shit, actually I gotta follow this stream. I wonder if what that puts me at on Twitch. Yeah, it's definitely just the easiest. But Mixer had a, I got an email. No, not go over there. I'm with you guys. I got an email saying that they're like revamping their stuff, so I'm gonna have to like apply to stream or something. Like they're gonna reset everything. I'm gonna have to apply. So like I did that. And it's like, oh, it could take up to 24 hours. And then it took like 27 hours for like it to go through. And then like it just wouldn't, I didn't really look into it, but then after that, like it just wouldn't set up properly. So, I didn't have to pay anything for Mixer. No, nothing. It just, I don't know, they were updating some bullshit. I don't really know exactly what the dealio is, but it's some bullshit. No, I do not. A syringe. Listen, you grip. No, don't have one of those either. Coming? Grim's right below you. We all know Grim crawls. Oh, you know, there's people over there. Definitely people. Okay. Yep, lifeline down. Oh my god, my fucking accuracy is so terrible. Not anymore, there we go. Cause you the man, brah. Nope. Definitely did not see anybody behind me. I don't have eyes in the back of my head. Ooh, a 2x sight. I did hear you say that, but I thought you were talking about the guy in front of me. As crazy as that sounds. Like I thought you were talking about the lifeline that I was already shooting. Damn, I don't know. How did grip that purple armor? It was my purple armor. It's my purple armor. Nope. Does anybody got an energy gun? Because oh shit, I have ammo. Where'd you drop it at?
Attention, delivering care package.
Okay, no, that's too far. An energy gun, because I picked up a turbocharger and an extended clip. I'll just grab it the next one I see, I guess. Okay, yeah. I will pick up another one. Oh, there's one right here. So I'm gonna drop this. And then here's 80 light. Thank you for the energy. Shoot them in the, shoot their fucking faces off. I don't know what's in there. Haha, of course there is. I opened the door and just like ran by and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what's in there. There's a backpack. I'm like, of course there's a fucking backpack. I saw your body like bounce or something. Oh shit, yep, we gotta go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. Oh, is that what was happening? Oh, I'm fast guy. There's health in there. There's a 1 to 2 variable. Does anybody need it? Anybody need any of that stuff? Yeah, level 1 barrel stabilizer, 1 to 2 variable. No? Bless you, puppy. Bless you. Is he an Aussie doggy?
Sending out my decoy.
Does he speak Aussie? Ooh. I like fast Aussies. There's a flyer somewhere. Oh, he's got a blue bag. Oh yeah, body shields. Cause I got them games, brah. There's a bunch of light amateurs. Oh yeah, there's a shit ton of. Oh, let's try that. Nice. Good shit. What? What? It didn't let me get on. No. What the fuck? I don't know. Yeah, I tried that too. I tried it too, and it made me like fucking. Damn. Like made me bump the bottom shit. Oh, there's a bunch of boxes in Skulltown. Yeah, and there's. Is there anything else worth up there? There's a bunch of white ones. Nah. Oh man, it fucking made me fall off. Yeah. No. Dude, I did so much work to get up there and get into that box. That's not fair. Okay, let's do that. How do we do that? How do we get up on top of the Scully thing? Okay, sounds good. I'm on your 6er. I only got 1 kill too. I could use the purple energy mag if you can carry it. If not, just dibs it and I can. No. Yeah, what the fuck? It won't let me get up this, Rami. How the fuck did you get up there? Oh, there we go. I got up. It wouldn't let me. It was just like, nah, go fuck yourself, bro. Alright, yeah, I got Arcstar 2 fire shits. They're like all the way out there. Yeah, they're moving from like, they're moving east to west. Yeah, there's a bunch of people. I think I just saw someone at the, yeah, I was gonna say, I think I just saw someone at Gauntlet. Yeah, that's a different squad, I think. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Oh yeah. Oh nice. Craver. You drop the longbow for it. I picked up your longbow. $52 gold damage. No, they're shooting at us. Oh yeah, no, the other squad is shooting at them. I saw two. I saw Caustic and somebody else, Caustic and Lifeline, I think. And then there's... Oh, we're being shot from behind. Purple, did 55 purple. Oh my god. Yeah, they fucked me up again. I'm going back to the bones, I think. I need to get the fuck out of here. Yeah, let me heal up. Shield, and I'm coming. Ring's coming. Yeah, I'm checking behind. I'm watching our back. I hear them. I don't know, maybe those you guys. Oh, they're back here. Gold armor, hit them 52. Yeah. Same here. The one squad pushed into those buildings over there. Over there. I don't know who the... Are they? Okay. Yeah, they're in those buildings over here. At least that's where I saw them run. They might have moved. Well, they're already... Yeah, we're gonna have to... We got guys to our left, too. Oh my god, why does my fucking accuracy suck? Yeah, somebody just walked into my fire. There we go. Bang, 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 motherfucker. I hope that was my last kill. I mean,
You are the Apex champions.
200 damage and 2 kills. Nice. GG, fellas. I don't know where we dropped. Repulsor. There. Yeah, you did 200 damage and killed 2 people. So that's all that matters. That's how you play the game. Adios, Grim. Thanks for the games. Yes, sir. See you. Alright, so I need to win as 3 different legends, and I did it as 2 so far. I think it was Bangalore or Wraith and Octane. Okay. So I'll be Macaulay Culkin. Look, it's Zach. Yeah, I noticed that, like, it's usually easier the earlier I play. Like, and I just assume that's because, like, on, like, the North American servers, like, if I play, like, yeah, like the morning. So if I'm playing on North American servers and I'm playing, like, 11:30 a.m., something like that, it's easier than if I'm playing at 10 at night. Oh, look at that. Bang, 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 bang. Look at us go, boy. Because I look better? I don't know. I smell better, maybe? I don't know. I taste better? Think about that one. Sure, buddy. You can do whatever you want. Take us to the promised land, but we have to win, because I have to win with 3 champions. Yeah, she's got a, I mean, her disengage is really good. If you hit it early enough, which I never do, I always hit it late as shit. Yeah. So, like, I hit it, like, as, oh shit, before I could actually, like, oh no. Let me in! Let me in! Ah! No! Shut that! Shit, my controller batteries are dying too. Yeah. There you go. Oh, there's somebody behind us? Squad behind us? Ah, cool, bro. Don't let me in the fucking big... Thanks, buddy. Like, what a dipshit. Wouldn't let me in the fucking building. Like, god damn it. Yeah, like, he goes down, goes in and shuts, and he's like, nope. Nobody else can go in here. Nope. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Bunker. That's some beast mode shite. How do you know? You counted them? I counted them as they entered my face. Oh yeah, let's go. We're gonna fudge these people up. Yeah, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I find it's usually me and one other person, or there's more than 3 people that want to play. So like, it's either like me and you, or me and Grim, or there's nights where it's like me, you, and Grim, and like Zero's trying to play, or Zed's trying to play, or I'll give it to you. I don't care. Take me to the promised land. Why? Because we're going to supply ship? Oh shit, I gotta switch. Yo, hold on 1 second. I gotta switch control. Oh shit, I fucked up.
I'll land you in the middle of the ship, Well, I'll land you on the tail, but you are on it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Let me just hop on Apex.
No!
I'm back. My mic is fucked up because my controller.
I land you on the ship.
My bad. Is my mic? Yeah. My controller was dying from last game, so I had to reset that, switch controllers. Cause that's what I do, bro. I'm an armor thief. As soon as my controller could work, I just started running and picking stuff up. What's up? Ah, no, come back. Hold on. My thing fell off. My peen fell off. Okay, I'm good. We can jump. Let's go. I look like... Who? I am Vodka. Oh. I don't know what that is. But I'll take it. Thank you. I don't know who I am Wildcat is. Oh. Well, I am Wildcat. I am Wildcat. So, pay me my monies. Who the I'm fucking Anthony then. Either way, pay me my goddamn monies. Oh, that sounds swell. I definitely... I have way too much shit in my stuff that I don't need. Oh, are you fighting somebody? Oh, I'm coming. Yep. I'm coming. They're in there. Okay, they're in that gas, I guess. Oh, somebody's shooting. Oh, they're down there. I'm charged up. I gotta go heal. Yeah, no, you do you. I am going to heal up, bruh. Oh, I hear them sliding at me. Fuck me in the bumhole. Got me before I finished healing. He's coming back towards you. Cause he's a punk ass fudge and cheater. Yeah, like his special joint. His special joint scheme. Because he's a motherfudging, fudginating fudger. Fat, yeah. Yeah, man. Well, I've been working on it. It's just a whole bunch of fudginators, you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, you're not trying to play? What's up? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, I read it up, bro. Oh, I watched out all of the outs that I could watch. Yeah, man, I watched the motherfudging outro. Oh, man. Dude, what? What'd you call me? No, I do not. Well, no, it's just me saying thanks everybody who stopped in. I appreciate it. You guys mean the world to me. Thank you very much. To those who didn't come in, go fudge yourself. That's my outro. I mean, I used to. Yeah, I mean, it's much more offensive in the United States to say the C word. Right. But it's... What's up, C word? How's your C word doing, your C word? Did you wash your C word out? Yo, C word. How's your C word? Is your C word still itchy? Did you wash your C word out? That's one per sentence. Let's do that. Let's do the sneaky. The sneaky wetlands drop. What kind of cereal you eat? No. Wheat Peaks? Wheat Peaks. No idea what that is. I mean, it sounds like it's something like Wheaties, which we have here. Wheaties are like the things that like athletes eat. Athletes used to be on like the covers of them, and people would. Yeah. It's. Yeah. Yeah, they're like cornflakes, except they're made of like wheat and healthier. Yeah. Yeah. They might be made by Kellogg's. Yeah. Yeah, then people would be like, Did you eat your Wheaties? So football, he means the one where like people wear helmets and tackle each other. You call it AFL? It's like, that's what I was gonna say, it's like rugby, isn't it? You guys are like, we don't know how to play, we're just gonna make up our own rules. Well, that's not very nice to laugh at me over that. Oh, so you came in my house and you stole my shit from me? And you find thievery funny? Is that what you're saying? You find thievery funny? No. Come back. I got it. 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 No, I'm not. I was shooting a dragon down. Me. I started with a peacekeeper and ended with a scout. I don't normally run with the peacekeeper, but I get fudged up with it all the time, so I'm gonna start. Oh, shite. Apex Legends, the sport of champions. I said you were artistic. You're artistic. You're an artist. Yeah, no, you're an artist. You're like you paint canvases. You paint beautiful masterpieces yeah, you paint the canvas with. Okay, you ran out and you shut that door in my face. I'm teaching you a lesson. Here. Did you learn your lesson? What do you know? Oh, it's the same thing with the majiggers. I don't want a skull piercer. Thank you. Oh.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2. Let's go this way.
Because I'm the coolest person who plays Apex. Oh, I just heard a wraith. No, no, no. Oh, he came out of the giant portal. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie, Smokey. I'm ready when you are. I'm getting burned alive. There we go. Thank you. Bye. Oh, there's people up here. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was just trying to get the safety, bro. It's all you, Ram. Why are you running backwards into the storm? Oh. Okay, bro. That's all you had to say. You didn't have to have so much freaking toot about it. Yay! Fudge your cereal. Yeah. This is not looking good, bro. Oh, they're being engaged. Oh, jeez. Uh-oh. It is what it is. Fuck him up. You dum-dum. I thought you were slick. I was calling him a dum-dum. I think they're the people that shoot from the other hut. You played like 2 weeks ago. You joined my stream like this time, you and your buddy, and you said that then too. I left after like the first game, so I don't know how much you actually played, but what just happened? Did you just throw up? Yeah, I guess. Oh yeah? I'm gonna be the fat man. Fuck that. You want it to be Lifeline so he couldn't main it. You gotta do your best. Hi, house. How's the house doing? Oh yeah, that's T-Town. Tristan loves that little village. I mean, to be fair, I can't choose either one of yous. I have to choose my own place. I can't... Yeah, I can't choose one kid over the other. I have to, I mean... No, what are you doing? Alright. At least this way we won't be too far when he goes down. Maybe we'll be able to get his banner. I got an Eva. I'll take the ammo, no, but sure. No, I stopped and turned around. I didn't take it. I slid in and stopped and didn't take it. Because that's the kind of fella I am. I wish I was, but I'm not. So I can't. No man of wings for you. Did you build? Whoa, what happened, Ram? Where'd you go? That sucks. Ram left the party. I wonder what just happened. I'm coming. I'm gonna try to... Come on, get up the... You're what? You're not streaming? You should be streaming. Always stream. If you're not playing, if you're playing, you should be streaming. I'm coming. 26 seconds. I don't know, bro. There's a fight going on in T-Town. Alright, I'm gonna respawn you. I'm gonna drop this hemlock for you. Hemlock. Yes, sir. Yeah, let's get some revenge on these mofos. Oh, there's somebody right here. Hey, welcome back. Rambo. Okay, one down. What's up? What's up, buddy? Are you okay? Yeah, I'm reloading. He's down. Okay, yeah, I need to heal. Oh. Alright. I'm healed. I'm healed. This mofo's down. Alright, I'm healing. Here. There's a bunch of boxes over here. No. Oh yeah, shut the walls here. I'm looking for a good vest for you, but I don't see one. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, I'm running. Alright, here, actually, boop. Okay, you're punching the tunnel? Okay. Do you have heals and stuff? T-Dog? Oh shit, alright. As soon as I come through, I'll drop some shit for you. Oh shit, it went backwards. Shit, I heard you say you were punching the tunnel and I just wasn't paying attention. Ah, shit. You think it's what? Yeah, I got some. Yep. Let me heal up real quick. I got some heals. Yeah, I'm on Twitch, not on Mixer, because Mixer's giving me a whole bunch of shite. No. Nah, yeah, I haven't reset my Mixer up ever since it gave me that bullshit. Right? Like, it doesn't help me. Yeah. Here you go. I mean, it's something. Alright, here we go. Do the wingman stuff. What? On Twitch? I don't even know what that means. What's happening? Are you okay back there, T-Dog? Yeah, just checking to see if it's looted. It's looted. Yeah, man. Bum 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 bum. Bam. I don't even know what the you're talking about, bro. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know what that's about. I didn't do none of that. It's the what? The optic copter? What is that? What does that even mean? Whoa, someone just grenaded the shit out of us. Oh my god, protect me, they just... Dude, I don't know how they did it, but they just took all my shields away. No, not yet. Oh, about to, because I just missed the fucking jump. I'm coming. Protect me. Twitch, yeah, you can change your name, I think once a month or something. I forget how to do it, but... Oh, my accuracy is fucking doo-doo. My accuracy is doo-doo. Doo-doo Jenkins. Yo, the Opticopter, what's happening, bro? What's up? Welcome to the Dude Stream. So we're Dude Stream. Let's see. If you go on the Twitch, actually, I don't know if you can do it on the app. You might need to go onto like the website. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Maybe not. Maybe it's mixed so you can change your name every month. I read that somewhere. Okay. Yeah, I read that somewhere. Invito Santo de Rambo. Actually, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I will be back. Hold on, be pretty good at what? Rambo's pretty good at the APO. He shoots his gun bows pretty well, bow. Alright, I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be back. I'm back, bro. Have no fear, the mechanics here. Yeah, be fucking terrified because mechanic shoots like a doo-doo brown. Yep, precisely. Ram Revere. The British are coming. The British are coming. Nah, Ram don't do none of that. He'd probably be a goat. I think so. Pick. Yeah. Yeah, I got heavy ammo for you. I got you, bro. I take all that stuff so bad guys can't pick it up. Yeah, but they have to be good to do that. Yeah, I can spare some more. Here you go, T-Dog. There you go, T-Dog. Where'd you go, T-Dog? I'll bring it to you. Yeah, man, I need that. Here you go. Alright, I need energy if we see it, and a turbocharger would be swell. Would be swell buckets. Yeah, there weren't any bullets with it though. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Darcy? What's going on, buddy? Welcome to the end of the stream. Yeah, we're right here. Oh, I'll take that shit. I'll take that shit. Alright, let's get them. Boop. I'll take that, and there's that for lifeline. Oh, I need this helmet. And that shite. Stop lagging, bro. We need you on your A game. Whoa, whoa, oh, nice shot. I like jumped and did fucking kung fu. You shot him and I did like a jump kick. That was fucking crazy. I need to clip that. I can't get to my channel quick enough. Oh well. I'll have to remember him. I just love that I did kung fu. I did 117 to that Pathfinder. Pathfinder's down. Yeah, I'll leave that gold box for y'all. Oh yeah. Nice. Well done. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. I don't need heals, bro. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm full on the health, bro. I'm full on the health tip, bro. I was dodging bullets like the mofo Matrix. Yeah, I got 2 kills. Somewhere, somehow, I don't know. Yeah, I just threw a frag at it. Dude, I'm like fucking Kobe from the 2-point line. Okay. What, did you just see? Okay. Hurry up and use your shit, bro. I like it. It's like the coolest robot shit I've ever seen. Stop being a robot. Yeah, buddy. It's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Well, that was a crazy echo, but I liked it. We gotta get you a new headset there, Rambo. Well, get your friends to buy some Zero Logic merch and we can get you a headset. What the fuck is a Sennheiser? I mean, I don't know about that. I don't have a Sennheiser and my shit works fine. I mean, sure it is. Yeah, I see them. Yep. Mini Gibraltar Ultimate. Who let the robots out? Oh yeah, they're shooting at me. They think they're gonna be... I don't see them. I don't see them. Alright, I'll sit up there. Pushing us. Oh, there's people shooting from other side of the river. Oh, whoa, I'm being what the? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I was just being shot from the sky, but yeah, they were on a zipline, that makes sense. Yep. They're on the steps. Nice. I don't know where that dude was. Okay. Find him coming. Nice. Alright, I'm going back upstairs. Nice. Yeah, I got it already. Alright, can we get them back so we can get back there? What do you got something cool in your stuff? There's armor. Okay. Okay. My man, pots and pans. Yeah, I got a turbo. Alright, so let's see if we can cross the river and get him back, I guess. Yeah, go. Yeah. Alright, bro. You got like 45 seconds. Whoa, what happened, Ram? I thought you were coming.
Watch the plays and make Watch when it's all on the line. Watch your favorite team live. Live TV for 7+2 free unlimited shots at
Did Ram disconnect again? He did. Alright, I just respawned you. It's just you and me. Lil Pete? No, I don't know who Lil Pete is. Yeah. Back here? Like back where your box was? The ring's moving in, so I don't know if we'll be able to get to it, but we could try. Oh yeah, it might be in the circle. I'll be there 1 second. There's a care package coming in right here. Oh, there's another care package right there.
Care package over there.
There's 2 squads, just us and them. There's a Mastiff up here if you want it. In this care package. They're behind me. They're up there. They got high ground now. I don't know. There's some guy on the zip line coming right at us. Fuck. Yeah, me too. There's a caustic in here. Fuck. Shite. No, I don't have Black Ops 3. It's 4:30 in the morning. I gotta get my ass to bed. So, it's been real. It was fun. We'll do this again. I don't know. I won't be streaming this weekend, but I might be on. I don't know. But I'll definitely be streaming on Monday. So, adios, buddy. All right. All right. I'll be as fun streaming Fortnite. Not my game. Alright, so mute that, stop that, hit this with that. Let me put my sweet ass hat on. Boom. Alright, so I want to say thank you to all of you, each and every single one of you motherfuckers that stopped out. I appreciate it. I want to thank Smoky Shades for the follow. This thing's so small and fudged up. Akapal for the follow. One of where you came in Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. I gotta get Mixer set back up. I appreciate all of it. Whether you came in and chatted, or you just came in and lurked, or you whatever. Zeddy, always want to thank you for coming in every stream. You chatted up. I appreciate it. Miss Colleen, first time I think. Thank you very much. Grim, thank you for the games. Thank you for stopping in chat. Mr. Joe Darcy, thank you for stopping in the Facebook. I want to thank Ram for the games, and I want to thank Tristan for the games. Yeah, it was a good night. Also, big shout out to Kim for the Borderlands 3 gameplay in the beginning. We'll be doing that again. If we play this weekend, I'll stream it. I don't know that we will. She's gonna be busy. But yeah, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Any of those days, probably pick 1 or 2 of them to play Borderlands 3 again. If not, if we play an off day, I'll stream it anyway. So, yeah, Monday, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, 10 p.m. to whenever Eastern time. Hope to see you back. I thank you, everybody who came out. I really appreciate it. It means everything to me.